Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down the crypto TA doing her morning host. I guess a lot of people are really bummed out with crypto right about now, which is fine. It's not the only thing in the world to invest in or trade. So hopefully you are diversifying your your financial holdings and also getting into some, a couple of stocks and things like that. But Bitcoin reached a target up here, which I'm happy. I'm happy to know that we did reach the target here. It also actually lined up with the golden pocket, which has nothing to do with my method, but it did. So I remember talking about potentially taking a short in here. Didn't quite work out. So I did not take a short. I expressed that I would not be taking a short. I'm just not looking to short anything. But we hit the target and now we're pulling back. So where price is right now, it was trying to bounce here a little bit. So that's going to be your standard deviation one here. So if I pop on our Bollingers here, you're here now. You're at your standard deviation one. And as I express to you every time, ideally you want to stay between one and two. And when you're outside, you're really strong on this move and you don't want to fade it. Okay, so you just want to go with it. You don't want to fade it, especially when you're outside. Standard deviation two. But here's where you want to stay. If price is not able to maintain the standard deviation one, then we're going to start to look at the 20 SMA as a point of interest here for price action. Now, by the time that happens, hopefully it's not some, ungodly, forsaken, hellbound candle just dropping off down here. But a little bit of a slow mover into the zone right here. That would be great because this will move up slightly. So one of the main things from last week was just simply getting back up above here, back above the X right here, which happened to be in line with our outside, well, not outside, but our mother bar candle over here. So we did that. So as the hours go on here for the four, maybe this will line up in here and we're still going to want to hold this area. We're still going to want to hold this. So we know that we can wick through it a little bit, but we still want to hold it, especially when it comes to the 4-hour candle close. So again, right now, making some sort of an attempt right here about the standard deviation one. We lose the standard deviation one, then we're going to start to look down here at this zone right here. You really don't want to come back into this. Not just because it was the range that we broke out of, but also because it is the 20 SMA for the weekly time frame, which we managed to escape by the skin of our teeth before our close on Sunday to get back up above it. So, yeah. So we're just going to watch this zone right here. That could be your bounce zone, potentially putting in another inverse head and shoulder pattern formation in here. If we lose this 113, 330, 23 here at standard deviation one. So I'm going to take that off now. Let's take a look at Ethereum. All right, so Ethereum is another one that also made its measure move in here. It actually went slightly past it and it did not close. Oh, actually it did. It closed below the body in here, but it did not close above the candle high. But either way it goes, your price did push up above it. Ethereum, from what I can tell, looks healthy. So I checked it on the daily time frame, and the daily time frame is showing that there could be some momentum strength coming in, and you potentially could have put your low in potentially here for Ethereum. Ethereum was one of those, one of the coins, and there were a few who never went below their weekly 20 SMA, which was great. It was only Bitcoin for the most part that did that. But when I look here at the daily time frame, and we just came back up to back test the lows in here so far, and we got the bounce off of the 382 and of course the support level in here, which is a daily support zone in here, which I think all of this got modified for the latest information. I think it may have. When I look here, so this cross right here, it rarely happens very often. You do have a positive MACD in here, so that's good. So MACD is orange. Now, can it roll over? Absolutely, it can. But at the moment, it is showing us that we may be looking to continue this move up here on Ethereum for a little while on the daily time frame. So whatever pullbacks you see on the lower time frame may be frugal, okay? But I'll keep an eye on this. You can keep an eye on your MACD just to kind of see if it's still trending positive or if it has started to turn down a bit. Just kind of like in here when it came up, like we got a reversal in here, a momentum on the MACD, and then you can see how we drop back down below it. So, I mean, those things are easy to do, but right now, there is no divergence in here, no divergence between the MACD and the delta. Or anything like that, but maybe a momentum shift happening in here on the daily time frame for Ethereum. So something to watch here. At some point, we do want to see the daily for Ethereum get back above the 20 SMA. We do want to see that, which is just going to simply, we got to get beyond these lows in here. So we need to be able to push up above these lows in here for that to happen. And let's see, this this gap that we have in here where the momentum doesn't seem to be changing here on the RSI. We do want to see that because right now you can see the space between this yellow and this blue in here just kind of means sideways consolidation, right? So do want to see that. Otherwise, I mean, anything that was in here, that measure move, I think that measure move did get met, and we deleted it yesterday because it was met. I think that was the case here for Ethereum. But so far it looks fine. We'll see if Bitcoin wants to drag all the altcoins out of the sky with it. If that happens, you know what I'm saying to you. If we're not able to hold our 20 SMA on our weekly time frame once again, then we do have a few problems there. So when I look back over here at Bitcoin, fast track this over here, and it seems like whatever I had in here is a gone, right? It's a gone. But anyway, it was just the moving averages that I was using in here. So you had the 200 slope, and I had the 20 SMA, which we are currently sitting above, and of course the 60, which is going to line up in here with the golden pocket. So that's going to be our worst case scenario for now is going to be that happening. All right. So when we look down here, we can see that selling pressure will be to the downside, obviously, and I go over this quite a bit in here because we have a rise in our low, which means that we'll be looking for this to roll over. Rise in our low, we're looking for it to roll over. Rise in our low, and we're looking for it to roll over, right? So and again, rising our low, we're looking for it to roll over. So we did save grace because we did manage to hold that 20 SMA, and you can see it in here that we are above the 20 SMA. Also, if I put it on over here, no different. We are above our 20 SMA. This is last week when we peaked it, we pierced it here, and I knew that we had time for the end of the week in order to reclaim it because it will happen like that sometimes. But once that's gone, then I start to look deeper. Now, first of all, I am going to be looking at the 382. So I'm going to look at the possibility of sweeping the low in here, maybe dropping into the 382 with that sweep and rebounding and then getting the push back up. Now, we would need to reclaim again back above that 20 SMA, and hopefully we don't do something like this right here where it's short-lived and then we continue that move back down, which is what I'm going to be leaning towards because this is a brand new week. This is a fresh week. Everything in here still reads negative. This still reads negative. MACD is still this really, really light bluish. I don't want to call it. I usually say cyan, which is probably not even the correct color, but you can see it's not a dark blue color, which means that the MACD is still negative. Delta is also negative. It is dark red. Okay, so and we're under. I just added a confirmation signal line in here, just to back everything up, because sometimes we'll get a color change, but will still be above, let's just say this moving average right here. So I added this in here for just that additional confirmation. So we are still very negative in here, which means we would be looking down. Ideally, we would be looking down. Okay, so that could have been your lower high here on your weekly for your rollover here on your weekly. That is what we could have been looking at in here. So just bear that in mind, and it'll look something like this. And I just simply minus 4 also, because it was 23 here, minus 4, 19, 19 here, minus 4, 15 here. And again, that's going to lead you down here into your 60 EMA at the golden pocket there. All right, so we know that this chart is going to roll over. Weekly chart is going to roll over. It's not if it's going to roll over, it's when it rolls over, because that's what it reads, that it's going to roll over here. All right, Solana, before we finish out with some more Bitcoin, okay, you can see the little, I don't know, I call it a hockey stick in here. You can see that situation in here with Solana. And Solana wasn't the only thing that actually had this little bit of a formation on it. We were looking at Hyperliquid yesterday with the same formation. I just kind of put these different color lines in here. Just their 4 hour movement in here, just to see if that how well that was going to work in here, because sometimes we don't always fulfill the range. But if we do drop out of here, then I'm going to look at this one first, which is going to be 192.92, just in case we don't make it all the way back down here to 188. But ideally, that is how I would be looking at it, as if we would be coming back down here to the total, to the weekly average range high, which is going to be that 188.83. So when I look down here, this is just getting started. So you can see the negative MACD, negative delta right now, still above the zero line nonetheless. So the only way this is not going to continue to roll over, of course, is going to be for this to roll up. So we want to, there has to be a case for it to reverse. And it can do something as quickly as it did it right here. So right here, I would have been looking for I would have been looking at this and like, okay, so we're dark orange over here, positive MACD. Delta is a light red, so positive delta, but then boom, we just flip flop right over. That can happen to the upside as well. So it's not the end all be all in here. It's just something that I'm looking at. But in this case in here, we were putting in bear divs at the same time. So the bear divs kind of gave us a clue as to this not holding up and working out. I don't really see any bull divs in here right now, unless we're looking all the way over here, unless we're doing something like that. But with this low rising in here, that means that we do get some sort of a drop off in here a little bit further. We're going to break this. And then, like I said, I'll be looking here first at that 192, and then I'll be looking at 188. Now, there was something in here that printed. So you can look at this low in here. I don't have I don't have a way of doing it like I did it before right now, but you can look at this low right here. So we can come back and look at that, see if that's going to be the case for it. It is above the yellow signal line in here, so it could just be that temporary move down, maybe sweep this liquidity right here and then reverse for Solana. All right. Looks like I made a bad decision in here a few minutes ago. Let me go with hype first. All right, so Hyperliquid, yesterday, what I said to you was, okay, you could look at this and you can say you have an inverse head and shoulder. But something that I've been seeing here in the market, which we have covered a few times with a actual head and shoulders, is the fact that we'll see the head and shoulders pattern, but then they'll do like a fallen wedge or a fallen channel off to the right side of that head and shoulder, which means that head and shoulders doesn't actually play out. It's actually a bullish formation instead, just creating on the on the backs of that, and then we see a pump to the upside. So my thing yesterday was, okay, you can say this is an inverse head and shoulder, but they're doing what they usually do when we have the head and shoulder formation at the top side with a little wedge on the right side. So they put a rising channel here off to the right side of this inverse head and shoulder, just the opposite. So I was expecting for this to break down. So we were here yesterday and it looked like we were kind of breaking it a little bit. And simply because of the way I draw it out too. So I just draw it out on the line perspective. And you can see that we did cross that a little bit on that line perspective. But it rejected and then it started rolling over. If you was on something like your 1 hour time frame, you probably would have never saw it. There was no way to really, I mean, well, I guess you could have connected it to here on this time frame over here. I just happened to be on the 4 hour observing it, and it was a little bit cleaner as far as the touches go, was a little bit cleaner. So that actually did play out as expected. And the 4 hour is continuing to roll over here on Hyperliquid. That was the first thing I noticed yesterday too. When I looked down in here, you can see right here was the point. You're never going to get it precisely, but it was somewhere right about in here. That was the point in which we flipped negative on our on the MACD here. Delta had already started right in here. Delta started to flip negative right here, a little bit ahead. But I typically wait for the confirmation here, and that is crossing down that little signal line in there. So you can see if you were going off of the Delta, then you would have you would have been looking at it from right about in here, or possibly this candle right here. So one of these two. A little bit later here once you get to the MACD, but nonetheless, that's also where you broke down here. You see the cross here off of the Bollinger in here. That was also in confluence with that. But MACD and the RSI both got a fast signal across there, and then of course the break below the blue moving average in here. But right now this is sell territory right now for Hyperliquid on this 4 hour time frame. We can look for bull divs in here. Right now it looks like we currently do have some sort of a little bit of bullishness in here, unless that gets invalidated. We do currently have some bullish divergence in here. Now on the 1 hour time frame for hype, it's going to look different, which is how I know that we could possibly roll up. We're negative right now, so we're down right now on all signals over here on the 1 hour time frame. But you can see that we did make some attempt in here. And if it doesn't do this number right here again, where it faked out right here, then maybe this will curve back to the upside in here. Will curve back up. So I did enter on Hyperliquid. I did right here at the weekly range. Not just because of a signal in here, just because I know that I'm at some sort of support in here. And if I lose the support, then I'll drop it. Right now, the weekly range is holding in here. And until that tells me something different, I am long. Okay. I am long, despite I know that we could continue to roll over. I know that we could possibly have some bullish divergence in here. I'm long off of support and support alone. And then if I go over to Aster just kind of fell in here on this. That would have been nice, but I didn't even bother with trying to redraw this, because even if I did redraw this, I would have had to redraw it again right here, because I would have seen us breaking it and falling back in. So I didn't even bother. I figured that was going to happen with it, especially once we came back into the pattern, like 1-2 times back into the pattern. Probably not a good pattern anymore, but I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to never mind this part in here. But again, Aster, negative. Negative, 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 negative MACD from this green candle right here. Negative delta a little further back. Right. Well, actually, yeah, they both flipped at the same time, basically at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, and then of course, yeah, all of this in here. So we're kind of negative in here. We are coiling on, I think it's like the 15-minute time frame or something like that. We are building up some pressure in here at the 15-minute time frame. That can give us that little bounce in here. So I did get stopped out of my Aster position because I entered it over here. I simply just re-entered it. It cost me $1. Cost me $1 when that happened. So I simply just re-entered into it right here and I'll see what it gives me. This time I'll probably just be completely out of it, to be honest with you. Whatever it gives me at this point in here, because I can see that 4 hour might continue to roll over, especially if Bitcoin does not manage to hold that standard deviation 1 and we're looking at going down to the 20 SMA on the 4 hour time frame, then I mean, we'll see some more damage in here. We really see that 4 hour give some more again on these altcoins in here. All right, stable coin dominance. I could see that we hit support in here yesterday also. So we hit support in here. I couldn't really tell it from here because the trend line that I had in here was all the way up here. So that was the trend line I had in here because I was watching. Actually, it was actually at this top wick right here, and when we drop that, I really can't tell it from here, but I could tell it from here that we hit support in here for stable coins, and we'll see how much this gives, how much of a move this gives to us. Hopefully not much, hopefully, but we did have false move Monday yesterday, and this is trying to flip positive. It's trying to flip positive. So and I feel like I can trust this a little bit more because it was a clean continuation down before it finally just got that cross in here. So, yeah. I am going to regret not taking shorts, and I know it. I've already regretted it a lot here, but market is up more than it's down. And we do still have that CME gap. So that is the other thing. We do still have the CME gap in here for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. In fact, let me check this. Let me do this, and let me use this guy's indicator instead of me trying to figure it out. Where's his thing at? Oh, okay. Neobutan. That's who I like to use. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So that gap, it's going to hide that. Let me just line it out. Okay. So, I mean, that's in sync with what we're looking at over here for Bitcoin. If you lose that standard deviation 1, which is losing the bullish control zone, coming back down here towards the 20 SMA for both the weekly and also for the 4 hour time frame, that would be in sync. So that is what we could be looking at in here. And do I still think that we can sweep the liquidity in here? I'm not going to get that far into it. Not until I see how we do with the 20 SMA. I'm not going to get that far into it because that was something that I was looking for yesterday, before we got the actual not yesterday, Sunday. I know on Friday I said that we're here. we're here. We're gonna get that bounce probably in here, maybe all the way down here to the monthly candle in here. And then we got the sweep in here, and I was like, I love a good sweep because that's fuel to send us up. And when we started to stall out in here, I thought maybe, especially when we started lighting up like a Christmas tree in here, like maybe we pull back a little bit in here. It's bullish. The green is definitely bullish, but maybe we pull back and we sweep this low. That's my first case scenario. We sweep this low again for fuel to get the push up, but we didn't. So I know that there is liquidity down here, obviously, and everybody's going to be looking at Bitcoin coming back in here to take the liquidity in here, which is, I would have been cool with it if it had happened when I thought it was going to happen. I don't have a base case scenario for it now. I just don't. Um, I, I personally can't use this anymore. Um, the break was to the upside, and we did hit the measure move target to the upside on it. Versus the second case scenario for me, if we didn't just sweep the liquidity in here, that we would come down here to the range low of this move, from this coiling in here, that we would come down here instead, which was going to put us closer to the 382, which was what a lot of altcoins had did already, was they came down to the 382 and they got a bounce. So I was looking for a potential long position down here. I don't have a reason to use this anymore. I can still say the 382, but I really just don't have a reason to use it anymore. Um, yeah, yeah. Not the way I choose to trade. I don't have a I don't have any hope for anything in here. Right now, I'm gonna lean towards this area right here. Just right here. That's it. Bitcoin comes back and it holds this and we're all gravy, or it doesn't, and I'm just gonna go back to looking at 90 something. That's what it's gonna be, the worst case scenario. I'm gonna go back to looking at that. I'm not gonna care about the bounces in here. I want to see us hold in here. So CME gap look like it does confirm into this zone right here as well. So that's our confluence for today with Bitcoin. That's what I have to say about that. Um, yeah. Let's take a look at some of your other altcoins a little bit here, see how they're doing. Which may not have moved as much. I know a couple of things did have a Bollinger band breakout as well. Ethereum was one, and I forgot about that because Ethereum was one that when we looked at it yesterday, realized that it did get the Bollinger Band squeeze. And again, you know how I do with this. And if you don't have a Bollinger Band with standard deviation 1 and 2, a multi Bollinger Band one, right? If you don't have that, it's simple. You just drop two. You just go to Bollinger Bands and you just add two of them on your chart, and you take one of them and you change it from an input of two. Actually, I can just drop that down to a one, and you just do it just like that. That's it. You do it just like that, because what we want to look for is we want to look for price action continuing to hold within this range. Again, outside of the band, very, very strong. Um, Inside standard deviation 1 and 2, still in the bullish control zone, so strong there. You start to lose this in here. You start to lose your standard deviation 1. Then you're going to start to look at your 20 SMA. You lose your 20 SMA, then it's over. It can be over. Okay. And you want to make sure your band is curved up to the upside. Again, another great example over here. Had a squeeze in here, had the Bollinger Band move, and you stay in between your 1 and 2. Very strong in here. You start to lose your 1. You start to look at your 20 SMA. 20 SMA isn't holding. Then you start to look down here at your 1 and 2, which puts you in the bearish control zone. And as long as you're inside of this bearish control zone, then you're going to be looking for price action to continue down. Sideways, you just consolidating, probably for the continuation of whatever it is you were doing already, which was going down at that point. And then you can see how we just kind of rolled around in standard deviation 1 and 2. Attempted to come back up into that, back in standard deviation 1 and 2, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, you get the picture. So you don't have to have, there is an indicator on here, though I know there is. that offers that, but you can just drop 2 on there. Especially if you don't have a I don't know how paid works and doesn't work, but yes. Okay, so right now Ethereum is in between standard deviation 1 and 2 and trying to hold, and look at that cute little wick right there. All right. There was some other things in here that did the same thing, and I won't really be able to tell you what did that. So XRP really didn't move. I'm just going to turn this band back on just so I can see what actually did that. Okay, so XRP was one that actually did it too. So, and it's already dropped below outside of that zone. I mean, more than likely, I'm just going to tell you XRP back here to this 274, potentially back here into the 274. Is there a reason why I wouldn't do that? No. And if it's not holding here, depending on how they want to run this market today, then of course, I have to go with the next weekly zone, which is going to be 260 to 238. I mean, I don't really have, let me see, daily. Daily's just sideways. Okay, so again, I guess this is another one where the daily might actually be prepping for that larger move to the upside. I mean, yeah. So maybe I'm too hasty with saying this 260 to 238 because so far we have simply held this range in here. We've held the range low in here. And I guess that's and this Bollinger Band actually confirms, gives some validity to this formation that's in here. So this might do it for XRP, and it doesn't come back down into here. Daily's looking pretty good on some of this stuff. Let's stop being overreactive, because the daily does look pretty good on some of this stuff. Let me look at that again. Only thing, let's see, because we started rolling over back in here. I think it's closer to wanting to break up than break down. Let's see what that 20 SMA was at again, because was that in line with the trend line at the top. Basically, you can say it is in line with the trend line at the top. So I can see it was sitting on top of this one right here. XRP looks like it's going to break out. So whatever happens in here, I would chump it up to another opportunity to get in unless and you can draw it on your wicks if you feel more confident with that. I'm just going to go with the body or the line bias, but you can draw it on your wicks to feel more comfortable and just want to make sure that you're continuing to hold that. I would really want to tell you this weekly level. You're starting to get into the midpoints in here, but the daily does look like there is going to be a break out of here. I think I said that yesterday too, so I'm just having to remind myself by looking back at it and seeing that it does look like you would more so get a break to the upside here on XRP, and you're just playing the pattern right now because it has shifted a little bit in here. I can see that right in here. It looks well. Mm, maybe not. Anyway, I do think that this would break to the upside, even with the pullback for XRP. Solana, we've already looked at Solana. I'm not going to look at Crow, Sui. Mm-mm. BNB. We talked about BNB getting back up above this trend regression line in here. And now it's just simply back testing it in here. And I think that BNB was one that also did do a Bollinger breakout. And it is just slightly below here. It still has time to wick because this 4-hour candle hadn't opened up too long ago. I see Bitcoin has slipped this. And yeah, Bitcoin is slipping a little bit. Yep. I'm going to come back to Bitcoin here soon. I mean, I don't know how I would expect anything different out of these altcoins at this point right here. And I know we're all going to see an inverse head and shoulder. I don't typically do that. Actually, I don't. I don't do that at all when we're at the highs. I don't. So even if this looks like a inverse head and shoulder, I'm not going to claim it. I don't do it when we're at the highs. It just doesn't make sense to me. Just a higher low, if anything, potentially here for BNB. Ada's already done that. What is going on with Ada? I mean, even the breakouts for Ada are very short lived. Very, very, very short lived. I don't know if we had ever looked at, I don't know if I looked at ADA on the weekly with that 20 SMA or the Bollinger Bands or any of that stuff right there, but so that was 1-2 bounces off of it. It probably won't hold again. I'm just going to assume. And then ADA can be somewhere back down around 64 to 53. And is that the next zone for it? On weekly, yeah, pretty much. So 62, and then potentially back down here towards the 50, 53.48 here for ADA. If it doesn't get itself together, I mean, can try for another bounce in here. That is flat. So you can try for another bounce in here. Maybe you want to take risk in here. Just sideways. Yeah, I mean, I would just start to look back in here for ADA for some reason. Weekly is negative right now. At the moment, the weekly is negative for oh yeah. And you're in bearish control zone here on the daily time frame, which is much different from that 4 hour we were just looking at. Yeah, you negative. Double whammy, daily and weekly. Hmm. I guess we can look at it like that. Maybe one more drop back down into here, which is going to put you back at your 20 SMA down here off of this low in here of the Bollinger Band here on the daily time frame, and then look for a bounce back up to about 85 somewhere in here, somewhere around these lows in here, which we did see Ethereum do that, and I'm not sure if we saw Solana do that or not, but we did see Ethereum. No, Sol didn't do it either. It didn't make it all the way up there. But that would be the best case scenario right there. It would get back up to at least back test this these lows in here, which is pretty in sync with where the 20 SMA is here on the daily time frame. Which, I mean, over time it will move, but it will also fluctuate once price start to come back up too. So I would be looking at something like that somewhere in here for ADA to return to. Like I said, maybe one more little dip back down in here, double bottom, come back up, and then back test the lows right there. Height we've already reviewed, and you can see what was happening here off of this time frame versus what we were seeing on the 4 hour. And I think I did express to you yesterday, when you look something like this right here, you get weak highs and weak lows. So the lows won't be any stronger than the highs were. So just know that this consolidation, whatever Hyperliquid is doing, it doesn't have strength. The bulls don't have strength. Bears don't have strength. It's not showing who has the strength just yet. It just rangy, just ranging. So pump, yeah, they're all starting to slip, but they were all probably bearish in here on these time frames. Looks like we got a reason to look at that 786 on pump. Yeah, we probably have a reason to look at that. Yeah, I was starting to look at that on pump, coming back down here to where that 786 is at. It's probably going to be a good zone for a long position right in here, and that gets you back in here to these highs in here also. So your biggest support level is going to be down in here as well. So yeah, you got the golden pocket little bounce in here that go round, but I would look down here for an entry, unless you double bottom in here. But it to me, it looks like I would look for an entry down in here. I don't really see a reason to. Mm-mm. That was your first pivot, also. Um, and the fact that we rolled over so quick, yeah, I wouldn't say that we really V-shaped recovered for the most part. And that was one hell of a move right there. So, I mean, you got to kind of expect that. So, back into here, back into those highs, 786. On that, um, we still have not completed the measured move in here for Pendle, which is all the way down in here. But Pendle is holding up pretty good. It's holding up. I mean, it came back inside the range, which means I probably just need to drop this and consider it. It's done. It's done. And though I am still leaning towards, I still like this down here. I don't know if Pendle actually comes back down into here. Um, I'm not sure. My first time looking at Pendle was when Pendle was in here, and I gave a long setup on Pendle for it to come back into the 1 day momentum in here. So it just kind of makes me interested in the 1 week momentum down at 375. Sideways at best right now. Um, and I don't know that I can get any extra. Okay, so weekly. Yeah, I'm so interested in that. And I would probably want to take a long personally off of here. You do it like that. Oh no. I can't have that big of a. I can probably give it 3%. And I just wait to see it slip and then reclaim back in. But I think that I would be interested in seeing and taking a position like this here for Pendle. I suppose if I could get it spot would be better. But that's going to be my level of interest right there at 375. In the event that it doesn't hold up in here, and I can almost guarantee that the weekly is negative, and it is. It is actually rejected off the 20 SMA in here off the Bollinger. You rejected off that 20 SMA. Your low is what's rising. It's where you got your rise from in here too. So I'm looking for it to continue down. So yeah, I'll be looking there. I'll be looking there, and then I'll also be looking probably at the weekly level in here. But this would be my happy place right here. And I don't know what that's in sync with. So 786. Okay, I can deal with that. That's pretty cool. And then potentially the next weekly zone, which is going to be here for the golden pocket. So yeah, so if not this, then yeah, I would look down into here. But I'm going to lean on that one right there. and lean on this right here. All right, H bar. Yeah. Bitcoin 4 hour had already had that negative delta, negative MACD, and it just crossed a signal line as well for an additional confirmation on that momentum after hitting that target, and also it was a golden pocket as well. So um, yeah. All right. H bar. Again, I can just use VWAP in here on H bar because it tends to work pretty good. Bandwidth one to the low. So we're already below VWAP in here, which was at this around where this momentum line is sitting at in here. So if it continues for what it's been doing, then I would be looking for it to come back down to around that 14 cents. If it doesn't continue to do what it's doing, because we did see a nice little break of market structure in here, or at least a change of character in here, then I would be looking probably back down here to around 16, 17, something like that. So we drop down here into this next weekly range in here. Can't remember why we looked at this line in here. But okay. Yeah, because this is the neckline. Okay, so that's what that is. We're simply looking at the neckline in here to hold as support. So we can try this one more time just to see if the neckline is going to hold, but it did just show that we were negative over here on the weekly time frame for H bar, which I'm accumulating on spot. So I am so gravy with this because I think this is a great project, and hopefully we don't do any more than this right here though. So this is probably where I'm going to be looking at right here, and let me just draw a fib on that to see what I'm looking at. So I guess to the point where market makers scare the crap out of everybody. So 786. Yeah. I mean, golden pocket can be looked at. Do I think it'd probably be the golden pocket? Mm, I guess if whatever this is over here, if this is corrective, then surely. But we're going to be up under everything major in here, I think. I think. Let me turn 60 on. Let me make sure I got 60 in here. I did. So that's the 60. Okay. That's great. Even though the last two times it did break it, which would make me say 786, right? So I will add onto my spot position here. If we come down here into the golden pocket, the 60 EMA, I will add there. And then I'll be looking to add again since 1960. Since the 786 is going to be so close to bandwidth one here at the lows, I think I will just add here. And then if we don't hold in there, then I won't add. here. I might try a leverage position if we come into there, but otherwise on spot, I'll be looking to add again down here at the weekly level here at 14 cents for H bar. That could make sense. I don't see anything in here to really go off of the fallen pizza. I mean, that looks really good. That looks really good. But like I said, we are negative at the moment, though. Look like we went negative there. We had one little small move up, drop, and then a reclaim again right there. So it's been pretty solid in here with, yeah, I would even say this is even more solid. Or the RSI. Yeah, no need to take any sort of a leverage position off of H bar right now. Maybe spot accumulation, but I definitely wouldn't do leverage in here at the moment. Not until I see something different from down below where I can see some sort of a momentum shift or something. You don't have that right now. Not off the weekly time frame. I mean, you can always do something off of these other time frames. They did this way too many times. Way too many times. And then that expressed that we're going to go down. So, yeah. We got a little bit of a bounce and we continue this down. Everything seems to have a little bit of a, this isn't going to come out right because I have it set up for something else. Everything has a little bit of this kind of hockey stick bear. You call it a bear flag if you like. Everything is pretty much like that. This would look to come back down here into this trend line down here. Yeah, everything has that. So once this line right here once price action cross below here, it's going to cross below your 20 SMA. So once you lose, I mean, you can always just turn it on. You're going to lose that 20 SMA right there. And you broke clean through this momentum line right here. So you could just simply come back into your standard deviation 1 to the downside, which is closer to this 20 in here, and possibly hold here. And you got a clean outside bar. Not outside. I don't know why I keep saying outside bar. It's my mother bar. It's my mother bar. Keep doing that. Okay. So based on this, you probably would come back down here to this trend line if this broke to the downside. Is yeah. Everything is pointing down. You do have like slight bull dips in here at the same time. So if we do it like this, where we just come down, let's just say how I like to trade this right here. We come down and we do a sweep. We do a sweep of liquidity right here. Then maybe that sweep lands price right here on this 2079 right here. And then it comes back up and breaks out of the top side because it did take that little liquidity right in there. So it comes back up, breaks out of the outside, breaks to the upside, and then comes back into here. But it is rolling over on the 4 hour time frame, but you have plenty of room to move on your 1 hour as opposed to your 4 hour, regardless. And this, I don't think that this really hit anything major at 382. Okay. That would land it at the golden pocket on the higher end of this golden pocket. Actually, yeah, that would. So that would put it there. If we can get that to happen here for Chainlink. So I would definitely eyeball that and see if we can just get a sweep in here and then a reversal off of that and then come up and hit somewhere in here. You can even go off of the lows in here as well, but potentially I'd be looking for it to come up and hit in here. Let me look back at Bitcoin. Oh, good Lord, hype. Yeah, I can only do this one more time, and oof, it's gonna be the big L. Alrighty, Bitcoin. Love. It's coffee. I had some fresh hot coffee, but it's not hot anymore. It's still fresh, just not hot. Um, yeah, Biddy. I mean, we don't really have to stay on this chart because I'm actually looking for down in here again. And I think I did tell you that the 15-minute does have pressure. Um, but I really have not been using the 15-minute time frame as much here anymore. You're still very, 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 very strong move to the downside right now. Very strong move to the downside. And you're staying in here. Oh, nice little outside bar though. About 6 minutes left. See how that closes. Yeah, want to see how that does. And that's probably just going to give you your first little pivot in here to really be able to connect something. Um, and it just be a little relief bounce or a pity bounce, something like that. But all this space in here, just one big gap through here. Look like it may be trying to do a fair value gap bounce about the midpoint. Yeah. That did well for Aster. Hype did take another little bit of a tumble in here. Um, but the hype long that actually did pretty I mean, it's holding. We put it to you like that. So it's holding as we did come back down here into the support level. It is holding. Excuse me. Hype look like it's gonna get another bear deal. It looked like it could. But I'm in it and I need for it to come back up. You're about to start squeezing here on this 1 hour. Maybe not here. So not here yet. They did turn up a little bit down here, the lower one, so we'll see. If we do get a squeeze, I'll be looking for it to break to the upside. Even if it's just back into the trend line right here from the rising channel in here. Even if it's just back to do that. That was also 786. Reclaim of that 786, so that was good. And if I drop it, it was likely a 50. Not really. This is looking like a megaphone, actually. From this point here, it looks like it's a megaphone, which if it's a megaphone, then I would be looking for price to come back down below here because it's expanding. That's what a megaphone does. Make higher highs and lower lows. A little bit of a cloud cover. Tend to reject right there. Um, but yeah, I mean, you would tend to reject right there. I'm just going to have to wait and see. My boyfriend loves to feed me, and he's trying to give me two big things of meat to eat, and it's like you don't even eat that much. Two big plates with meat. I'm only like 138 pounds. I don't have a place to put it. And I'm around 5'9", 5'10", or 6 feet to some people, but I'm really 5'9". All right. I did something crazy the other day. I bought some more Tia. Like I sold Tia at a loss, but I felt like buying some. And so I did. I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a chance on Tia. Because I had this whole spiel when I was looking at it the last time, and I was like, it looks a lot like Solana looked when Solana dropped off the $9. I mean, Tia has been complete garbage, undoubtedly, but I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt, even if it goes lower. Like I have my little, because I'm starting fresh with it, and I didn't put that much money in it, so it's like okay. But if it hits certain levels, I will pick up some more. I mean, all I can do is go to zero at this point. But I like the weekly. I didn't even check this one to see if it had anything in here. Nothing just yet. Bear div. That's it. A bear div in here, but it keeps trying to cross up in here. And it keeps getting these fast moves. So you can see the fast signals in here. So every time it comes above this green one, that's your fast signal for a little scalp. You can look at it too as opening up inside. So you can see that each time that happened too, you don't take out that low. You open up inside, open up inside, open up inside, opened up inside. Which is why I like it so much. And that was your cloud cover rejection. Mhm. It's probably better. I know I'm on a 15-minute time frame, which hasn't been the most reliable time frame here lately because the higher time frames have been rolling over a lot more. So yeah, obviously that was probably going to work. Like I said, it usually results in a rejection right in here, and just because the 1 hour time frame is rolling over, and just a little scalp position, little pity bounce in here, little bear div in here. So a little flaggy. About an hour, 36 minutes on that 4 hour candle, bringing us into the 8 o'clock. And so you're already aware today's data comes out around 10 a.m. It's going to be Jolt's job openings, consumer confidence, and President Trump plans to speak again today at 11. So 10 to 11, we have Chicago PMI if that matters. It's low impact. Bubbles on the day, everything looks horrific. I had just got that alarm for near. If you were here, you heard that alarm go off. So near just crossed back down that weekly level, which just lets me know I'm close to being negative. Um, it's getting close to my entry, basically. But my entry is on spot, and I'm going to continue to hold that. Height 1.6%, Aster 0.3% here on the hour. And pump 1.6. Interesting. It's a nice candle for height, especially how we saw it on the 1 hour time frame. I'm saying, especially how we saw it on the 1 hour, especially how we saw it on the 4 hour. My bad. Especially how we're seeing it on the 4 hour. That's a beautiful candle. And we got a clean break here that time. So that was good. Let me tell you what I did. I bought right here. You got the little pump and then it came back down. I bought it again off of this fast signal in here. Didn't move up as much, but then it came back down. And I didn't do it here. You heard me talking, saying I need for it to come back up now because I can only do this like one more time. So I didn't do this one. All right. And with the Aster position that I took, I'm gonna have to let it stop me out. Uh, I mean, uh, this portion in here still looks good, but I don't want to take a chance on it. So I don't want to take a chance on Bitcoin. Let me put it like that. Trading Aster. Well, I'm actually trading Bitcoin. So hopefully it holds up. Again, Bitcoin 15-minute here. Trying to get a little relief bouncing here. It won't really mean anything because you can see how we're just completely down, 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 down. No pivots or anything in here, really. So yeah, any sort of even the smallest move up will lead to a bear div in here. And that was a nice little candle in here. We're coiling in here on this little 15-minute time frame, which I'm not really keen on the coiling on the 15. I really like 4-hour. Um, hmm. And that was some sort of an attempt at a fair value gap in here, it looks like. But that thing with Tia, I'm just looking at the last time we actually got a bounce off of Tia. We kind of look like that. I mean, we've been extended in this for a minute now. With this, it doesn't really have to mean anything, to be honest, but we've been like that for a minute. Then I push over here to the monthly time frame. You can see, we're still going at that. And just kind of look down here to see like what we would potentially do if we kept moving down. So I did buy a little bit of it. I bought it at 139. It's 137 now. So I bought it at 139. Um, and we'll see if we do start to lose this weekly in here. I mean, I won't be out of much if I cut it at that point, or if I wait to buy a little bit in here. We'll see. We'll see how we do um, along the weekly level low, which is 132. So I won't lose much if I needed to cut it there. It'd be little versus where more than half of my money was gone out of this spot. I'm doing a spot position on it, which I closed out, and I decided, okay, it's super super duper low. It's squeezing here on the monthly time frame. I'll go ahead and scoop up some, and so that's what I did. I bought a little bit in anticipation for when this does actually break to the upside. And you can see that bandwidth one cutting through here too. So we'll see. But I jumped on it. Lord knows it is the gift that keeps on giving to the downside. I'll tell you something funny. I went to the doctor on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. I went to the doctor. I even went into my little gym clothes, right? And the doc asked me if I work out. I'm like, duh. I'm in my gym clothes. Obviously, I work out. Plus, I'm super slim. But anyway, he told me anyway. Um, I didn't fit the characteristics. Blah 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 blah. And he was like, "What do I do?" And I said, "Well, mostly I walk." And I said, "I try to at least do about 6.5 to 7 miles a week." And I was like, I mean, a day, 6.5 to 7 miles a day. And that I slacked off for like the past week. And he's like, well, you counting your steps around the house? Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to walk that much around home. Like, literally, how can you do that around home? I don't really know. Like, in a day, I don't know. So the goal is to get 15,000 steps in a day. So I have to like, no, I'm outside getting my walk in. I'm like, I usually do it with a little weighted vest, but that was hilarious to me. Like I came in here trying to give you all the signs that I'm exercising. Because as tiny as I am, and I've always been a tiny person, I'm still a diabetic, type 2. Which a lot of people associate with someone who's on the heavy side. So he's like, "Have you ever been big and lost weight?" Like, and he's a new doctor, so it's like, no. I can pull out my clothes from. Ooh, about to tell my age. I can go back in time and still wear those clothes. Like I don't gain any weight. Plus, they see my weight chart. Like I'm always somewhere between about 138 to 142. I just stay in there. And the only way for me to gain weight is through muscles. But anyway, they decided to do some sort of genetic test on me, something to see why. See if there's some sort of a mutation in my body or something like that. I'm just looking at hype over here, not hyperaster with this. Hmm. Keeps putting in. I mean, saw the bear div right here. That's the same bear div here, though. Yeah, that's the same bear div there. I think Hyperliquid is a much better project. They have this whole thing going on on Crypto X though, where you know eh, they're propping this up. They're really propping up Aster. Really propping it up. Basically blowing CZ. It's not expanding. Nice hype. Yeah, but again, I do think hype is a much better project. Now I see people making videos comparing the two, and then giving this over here so much promise. Like, first of all, you need to prove yourself. They're both pretty new, but and this one used to be called something else apparently. But I just think this one's better. All right, our little stablecoin dominance. We know that it's at a little bit of resistance in here. A little bit. I mean, it didn't have too much trouble with it when it was back here, but it is at a little bit of resistance. And you know what? That would be nice. If this was a head and shoulder, we chop right here and we broke down. That would be so nice. I would just absolutely love that. I really, really would. Would really, really love that. Then we're looking over here at USDT alone. Again, yesterday highlighted here that we did hit the 26 EMA off the monthly time frame. I think that's what we're at. Yep, 26. Nope, we're at the 60. Yeah, 60. Okay, my bad. So the 60. Let me highlight this back out. My computer keeps wanting to do all these updates, and every time it does it, I have to go back in and with TradingView and try to set the charts back to how I had it, and it has become a hassle. It really has. So I keep having to shut it down because it'll start lagging, which I shouldn't leave my computer running all day, every day anyway. But I do. Instead of just, I mean, it goes to sleep, but I do need to refresh it, like restart it. But every time I have to do that, all these charts I have to redo for some reason with TradingView. It kills me. Like it just messes everything up, and it's a lot of work to go back in and try to fine tune your charts to how you had them. And I got a few tabs open here, so a bit annoying. Look back at Biddy again here. This is just a 15-minute time frame, so I mean you can see we had got that fast signal in here, and the little bit of coiling that we are doing in here, we're holding within this candle right here. Then a big push out to our 1 hour time frame. That's really. I'm gonna leave the band on in here, yeah, I'm gonna leave the band on in here because of what we were looking at in here. I'm just gonna do it like that. It's just so much noise though. just because of what we're looking at in here, though, which is just wanting to hold in here, really want to hold here. I don't want to see us coming back into here. We kept punching it yesterday. I thought maybe we would come back in yesterday and, like I said, potentially put in an inverse head and shoulder in here. Um, but nope, we came up exactly. And let me show you how much this works most of the time. And sometimes it's not going to play out fully, but it works most of the time. All right, so, and you saw the last time we did this was, where were we? No, it wasn't on this chart. It wasn't on this one. It was on Ethereum. But you see how that works. So you find your mother bar. You want to make sure you're coiling within it. And like I said, this is typically just going to be your one-to-one. So let's see, like, let's say this candle right here. Let's see how this one did right here, because like I said, it typically works. So I put, because I can see we're coiling off of that low. Oh, hold on. I gotta delete that one. I started out so wrong with that one. Well, I guess I did. All right. So we got this right here. I'm looking up, I'm looking down. I hate when it closes below it, so I would have deleted this one. But because it never came back up here, I'm just going to use it as a good example. And let me just change my colors back to my base colors. All right, and take the back out, even though it's not necessary. I'm just being extra right now. But you can see, so your measure move down. If you're not taking out the top and pushing up to the measure move up, you're breaking out the bottom, you're pushing to the measure move down, and then you can see. So for me, it's not, I never drew, because we did this on Thursday, saying, hey, we got a range, we're coiling in here. I think we're there. And we draw out the range, and then we just had these two targets in here, the one up, the one down. And we hit the one up. So I'm not thinking, oh, let me draw a fib and see if it's matching. No, I wasn't thinking that with this. It's just, I'm just looking at that. I mean, the confluence is nice, but then you have to ask yourself, well, how did we get the measure move down into here then? Because this is on point. And it really didn't land on anything. So if I'm doing it like so, like this, you see you're past your golden pocket, you're past your 786. It just tends to work. So I like to do it a lot. It just tends to work. So it's one of my trading styles that I absolutely love. And if it slaps, it slaps. And like I said, it doesn't work every time. Not every time, but most of the time it does. And that's going to be with any trading strategy. It's not going to work 100% of the time. But if it works more often than not, then you have yourself a good trading strategy that you can utilize. So that's what I like about that. I like that a lot. And then you came up right here and you did the same thing in here, which, I mean, I wouldn't have did it again because I already had a range already. So I wouldn't have been looking at this one again, but you can see the coiling, and you can just look down to see what pattern you're making to see if you're possibly going to break up or break down. Here, I was really looking for another sweep. First thing first, because this is going to be the biggest thing for me when we start doing this, going sideways inside of a mother bar. When she starts producing all these babies in here, I am looking for it to work out And when I put it together with, you can see where we started calling at, which kind of, I don't know, kind of threw me off a little bit to think, okay, we're not calling from, yeah. Anyway, I was thinking maybe we sweep it again. We didn't sweep it. And then I start hearing everybody else talking about the sweep, and it's like I don't even want to sweep anymore because everybody's talking about it. Um, and thank goodness it didn't happen then. And then we broke out. So this is one strategy I actually like. Bollinger's is another one. I love the RSI. And I like MACD. And I like to use the MACD like this over the traditional way because the traditional way is very lagging, but it's confirming. It is confirming. Again, it won't work every time. I don't care what it is, but if it works more often than not, then it's good. Then, of course, you see the bear div in here, but you also have bullish undertone, a little bit of bullish undertone in here, which is why I'm leaning towards that 20 SMA. For maybe it just bounces up one more time and double tops. Who knows? If it doesn't do that, then, I would be looking somewhere up in here. Let's see. But eventually I would expect for it to break down. Eventually I will. All right. What's Solana doing in here? So still holding up right there. It's a 4-hour time frame too. So it is still holding within that boundary there. Look at Hyperliquid, baby. You better do it. You better do it. Look at that. That's a nice candle recovery for sure. Beautiful candle recovery. 1 hour left on this candle. That is ate its own tail. Boy, that's some flexibility right there. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Or it's like a snake eating their own tail. They're in shock or some crap like that. But yeah. Yeah. And that does put you in shock if you were shorting. If you were shorting, but you still did good on your short. Let's just see if this candle right here is gonna be the give it. Give it to me, baby. We're gonna see. We're gonna see because that is a beautiful little candle. Nonetheless, unless this is rolling back up like it did right here, it's still down, but above the zero line. Above the zero line still. So and it basically broke outside of the band, which is why I started adding this on top of it too, just for another signal confirmation coming back into the band right there. I mean, it's still negative, but like I said, 1 hour can move even when the 4 hour is looking down. That engulfed 3 candles. Oh, boy. I'm barely eating. I haven't been back on camera here because I have to do I mean, you can look at me looking like I don't know. I'm cute either way it goes, I think. But you want to have your little makeup and stuff like that on. And I don't feel like doing all that. I don't like doing it. Uh, I really don't. So I haven't been on stream here lately with my little face. Because afterwards, then I have to wash it all off. And I really don't like cake on my face. I don't. I'm not going to use filters. And then I need to be able to get up and get out afterwards. So I'll find a day for it. Anyway, I'm just yapping. What else can I do? I'm just yapping. As we're waiting for something nice to happen in here. What chart is this? Ethereum that I'm supposed to have over here. Take a look back here at Ethereum. Let's see. Nice little 15-minute move up here on Ethereum as well. Nice little bounce, but don't get it confused with your higher time frames, which is why I have been avoiding the 15 minutes a little bit in here. Just been avoiding it. You do have a little inside range here happening on the 1 hour time frame for Ethereum. We'll see how that goes with all these little gap ups in here. So those are nice. Those are nice. So you can see the little candle recovery happening in here on Ethereum right here. So that's off your 15 again. It's a nice little candle move in here. If I step back, like I said, you can see you do have a little range in here. Make sure that didn't take out that low. 35.78. Actually, it did take out that low, so no, you don't have a range unless you're starting to look at this one now. So no, you don't have one. I do have this little indicator that I did to help me spot them, but I really prefer it off of a 4 hour anyway. So nothing really in here. You had this one right here. For sure, there was this one. I'm not trading Ethereum right now. And like I said, when you're sweeping the high, I'm really looking for you to come down towards your low. But we saw total 2 do that. And I told you yesterday it confused me a bit when total 2 swept the high. But then it still ended up breaking out of the high. So when I look back over here, and I was saying that to you, like usually when it sweeps, because it swept it right there, I'm like, then I'm looking for it to come down here and sweep the low or either break the low and then we come down into here. That didn't happen yesterday. We swept the high only to retrace a little bit and never come down here to test the low. and just break out. So um, then, of course, that was the measured move there. But we ended up coming back into that 1.6 trillion, which was this high over here. So this is done now, and I can delete it. It's just something for me to talk about, so I'm just keeping it there. But yeah, for Ethereum, when I was shorting, that would have been my short for me, where I can see we're coiling and then we sweep. And you can say a swing failure pattern, right? You can say that. It just makes it easier for me to spot the chances of it, I suppose. And then almost there, not quite there yet. So we'll see how we do right about there. All right, nice little candle move that we did get there off of Hyperliquid. That's what I should have did right here. And I didn't do it. Dang it. It's okay. Alrighty. Market's boring again. And then we don't have that data coming out until 10. And oh, you know what? Because I haven't, I really do need to take a look at stock market a little bit in here because I have not done so. So what I'm going to do here for zoom out, it's on a weekly, and let me take a look here at good old Nvidia. Let me delete some stuff in here before I get into it. See if I had any weekly levels in here that I am so happy that I own these stocks. Really so happy. Let me reset settings. Let me turn that one off. Let me change this one to my blue and my orange. All right. And what am I looking at in here? Turn that off. Wrong thing. Looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Now I can see it. Really don't have any new levels in here. Okay, so we're actually hitting that right now. This looks pretty good. About 160, 165, something like that. I haven't looked at it in a while. When I buy, mostly if I know it's a really good project, I don't really pay attention to it too much. And drop into a 4 hour so I can see before I take us over there. All this gapping. Okay, so obviously NVIDIA is back at some sort of resistance in here. Put it on a line chart just to kind of see. I don't subscribe to this being an inverse head and shoulder. I just don't. Um, I don't look at them as continuation patterns. I look at them as reversal patterns. And because I look at them as reversal patterns, I look at them after we've gotten a huge drop and not when we've gotten a shallow pullback and we get it at the top. So that's why I don't subscribe to inverse head and shoulders at the top. And most of the time I've seen crypto people call this, it has been wrong, 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 wrong. And I can't wait for it to be invalidated because I hate it with the passion. I hate it. So, what I would be looking at here for it though would be somewhere around um, 160, maybe. If I mean that's all Nvidia really has to hold. So if Nvidia got an invalidation, let's just say that it did not manage to get past its weekly average range in here, which I mean it's Nvidia. We're all looking for it to go to $1 million, right? I mean, we're looking for Bitcoin to go to it. Why not say Nvidia go to it, right? But if it did, then I would start to look somewhere down around 165 to 160 as the zone of importance here for Nvidia. You can't see why I'm saying that, but I am saying that. So that is what I would be looking for on it. A little gap up from yesterday, which is cool. I don't know what's in here. Let's see what we have in here. I don't want to be too zoomed out on it. Yeah, I'll do it from here, from the weekly, because that's what I was assessing when I was saying that too. It's actually already done that. So I just say 160, something like that. That would be your invalidation on your weekly time frame. Let's just say that it's double topped or something like that. I would be looking down here around 160. If it were to lose 160, then we can say it's gonna come down a bit lower, and I would start to look somewhere down around here. Typically with the stock market, I do notice that it tends to it more often tends to hold around the wicks and stuff like that. But I'm gonna do it the way I do it with my other stuff, and I would just be looking back in here around 146. But it does show me that it starts to get critical if it loses 160, and it's not based on this, but if it loses 160, then we have a problem. Pre-market, we're up. Just because I don't feel like it. I'll probably actually put my own in here. I'm not in any positions currently. I was in coin and I was up very well on coin. And, you know, coin rolled over, Bitcoin rolls over, or vice versa, I guess. So yeah, we'll have to break this neckline. Otherwise, I mean, I don't really use moving averages with this. But 160, I know is a critical level for price action to hold here on the weekly time frame. And then quite naturally, you got a little pivot in here now. And if it double tops, you'd be looking for it to break and break down. And then, like I said, come back down here into this weekly level. And here's what I'll be looking for on NVIDIA. So far, it looks fine. So far, it looks fine. Um, I don't know what this is about. It is squeezing in here or something like that. I know we have the squeeze in here. I don't know if we're squeezing over here. Not yet. Not yet. No squeeze in here yet. Um, I'm so tired. I think we can do away with this finally. I mean, it broke. It came back down into it. It hit the level that I was watching for, and we're past this now. I don't really have any levels in here for Palantir. I mean, I just go with it, range to range. Um, and none of this matters to it. It's a super, super, super uptrend. Only thing I really look for is if it happens to the downside, which we don't get. You can see that doesn't happen in here with Palantir. It doesn't happen. So, and then I mean the bear divs haven't mattered either. None of that has mattered. So nothing has mattered. It just continues to push up, and that's it. You got one little cross in here. One. Outside of that, you didn't do anything of that nature. Yeah. This is the only time it coiled. It was down here. That was it. And then that was all she wrote. I wonder if NVIDIA did the same thing. Hold on, let me hide that for a sec and see if it ever, which it doesn't look like it ever did. Yeah, I would have seen that light up real quick. No, it seems to have never done so there, but it did do it with Palantir. And then whoop, whoop, whoop. Look at that. And this thing is just really not coming below the 5. So this thing dances off of the 5. And then that was the one time right in here, or you can say twice out of this move up that it came, 3, that it came into the 10 EMA right here. But really bounces off the 5. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And it goes. When you come back to that 5 again, I know I'm jumping on BTCC, whatever it is. I'll be over there buying. Some sort of a leverage. Some sort of a leverage position. Oh crap. I'm sorry. I have to leave the stock market for a minute because my money over here. Aster. Why? Interesting. See if we can hold that 3376 here. No, we already piercing it. I mean, doesn't mean we don't hold it. We still got 11 minutes. That's a long, painful 11 minutes, right? It is putting in a bull div. And at some point, that bull div is going to give. Right now, the bear divs are playing out here on Aster. I don't think that Hyperliquid at the moment would do as bad. I mean, this is a 15-minute time frame too. I don't think that it is going to do as much. Might look bigger over here. It doesn't. It doesn't. So we're just going to be looking to see if we hold in support. But that is a bull div. I would have bought that, but not today. Not today. So yeah, I'm just gonna do away with this line right here. Again, this line right here was from this little pattern that that we had, but we have broken this pattern multiple times already. So broken again. If I moved it, we broke it and fell back into it, and then I would have to move it again. And I'm just not in the business of continuing to move trend lines, so I'm just going to drop that one. In fact, I'm going to drop all of these. I'm going to focus on my horizontal zones instead, and know that when I zoom out, and we already saw this, when we zoom out, we know we're down. We're down. We're rolling down. No doubt about it. We're rolling down. I just zoomed into the 15-minute time frame to catch some sort of a quick bounce off of it, but we are rolling down off of our 1 hour time frame. We are also bearish on our, no, not really, not really, even though we crossed up, we have been a bit choppy in here. So some sort of a recovery would come into play in here. Just do we do it here off of this 166, 162 level? That's going to be the thing. Let me turn that off right there. Let me look at it like this. I like it from here though. But I will draw it. Yeah, see, I would be keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. I don't like that. Let me see how this would have done if I had it here. I should just stick with the horizontals instead. To be honest. Yeah, I'm going to stick with the horizontal. So maybe we do come back down into here. This would be where you have your greatest, I guess your biggest support zone would be in here. So you had your little double bottom right in here. So for price to come back into here would make sense. And we'd already saw a bounce off of what, the golden pocket or something? Yeah, we'd already seen a bounce off of the golden pocket. I'm not going to lean towards the 786, even though these zones like this, they do tend to work. So if I turn that off, it would, I would consider that. I don't want to have to, but I will. But like I said, we're rolling over. Not the same kind of rollover in here, but nonetheless, you saw it on your 1 hour. See, 3 hour rolling, 2 hour rolling, and 1 hour rolling over. So it's just that 15 minute, and then you can see it over here on the RSI as well. Also in here, we're just chucking on down, chucking on down. I'll consider it again off the golden pocket. I will. 30 minute. I said this might work better. 30 minute. I'm gonna leave us on 30 minute over here. Let's just see what we look like in here. So yeah, we'll watch the 30 for Aster. Hyperliquid looks a little bit better at the moment. It looks a little bit better on that 1 hour, particularly 1 hour. And Bitcoin is still sitting in the same spot, so we haven't actually moved, made any changes here on Bitcoin because we're still just sitting in the same spot. So just below that standard deviation 1, yes, we are. And again, 20 SMA in here, along with the weekly 20 SMA, which is the X line right here. This one right here. I want to watch that because we know what that leads us into. Over here, you can see how that has, and we already have the red, of course. So the expansion would be again when that's gone, and we did good to recover it before that closure on Sunday. So I mean on Saturday, Sunday, whatever. We did good to reclaim back above before we got the weekly close. So yeah. All right, so back to what I was saying off of this over here. So basically on the monthly time frame, just consistently bouncing off of the five EMA. Let me make sure that's the 5, which is crazy. Yeah, consistently bouncing off the 5. Great. Like I said, if it comes back down into this again, I'm gonna try it there. It'll be my luck. It'll be. I mean, I still hold a little bit in here, not much, but I still have some. Palantir. I mostly sold around 105. 105. Yeah. Be my luck that it comes down to here. AMD. Turn that off. Everything doesn't work with everything. Right up. Oh, what did I delete? Oh, I don't know. I was trying to turn that off. And I have to zoom out. AMD. You can see I haven't been looking at the charts in a minute over here. See on the daily, we did start to put in some sort of a little coiling situation here. So we broken this trend line here, so I'm gonna let that. Actually, I'll just hide it. I'll just hide it. Let's see what the crystal ball is saying in here. Obviously, AMD looks good. Continues to look good. Yeah. Continues to look good. Me so proud of myself because I told people to buy that. I'm so proud of me. I don't need this anymore. I'm just staring at this, trying to figure out. Zoom out and see if there is a trade to be had in here. Like it's struggling to go up. Nothing that I would take right now, but we can open up and gap up in here for sure. There's nothing in here that I would be interested in taking right now. But AMD continues to look like it's going to keep going up for sure. And this is what I was looking at for a coin to get a move back up into here off of the low. I don't even understand, like, why am I... Oh, it's a 15-minute time frame. Yeah, I got stopped out. Yeah, I sure did. I got stopped out. I entered on this candle. No. Where was I when I entered? I don't remember. I was over here somewhere because I know I was in this trade for a while. Every day, just looking at it and flashing my little P&L card. Stay trolling you if you do that now, X. Like, stop it. And on YouTube, stop flashing your little P&L card. I would rather do that than to be like, hey, I made $100,000. I made $2,000 off of this move. I did, because it actually encourages bad behaviors. It does, because people want to do that same thing, and it encourages bad behavior, and it leads people into having unrealistic expectations. So I don't do it. But anyway, Pre-market 328. Oh, my legs. I know I'm going to get out of here at 8 o'clock. I'm going to try to get my little... be charging my phone up. So I can get this little walk in. I'm sorry, there's nothing in here for us to do right now. There's nothing at all that I would tell you to get interested in. I mean, Hyperliquid. I mean, you're going to be rolling over on your 4-hour time frames on a lot of this stuff. So I would just be a little careful right now. I really don't see anything that I would be like, yeah, you need to jump in on this. Maybe here in a little bit, something to come up. Actually, let me go 1 hour. It's better. So everything is basically below over here. So it's a lot of different stuff to look at. Everything's basically below. Huh. Okay, about 24 minutes now. We're going to see what we're going to do on the 4-hour with Bitcoin here. And if Hyperliquid will continue to look like this in a minute, because that's a nice outside bar. That's a nice candle recovery. That makes sense. That makes sense to me now. You see it a lot clearer. And versus trying to draw it off of that point right there. I can actually see the trend regression line through here. Can actually see that through here. And then that was that first break to the upside that didn't quite play out. And the second one, which is probably easier to highlight from here. Yeah, RSI was a lot cleaner with that, which just simply, that's all the signal lines are. It's just making it easier for you to not have to draw the trend lines. That was on point. We're at the mean on both of these. It's just a matter of holding and getting the break up, which may only lead back into, we'll see if it pushes it back into this pattern or if it just back tests it and then continue down or something. That means I'm gonna have to delete that too since I deleted that pattern. I didn't even have you over here. I'm so sorry. I was over here just redrawing out, drawing out this right here as I seen it make more sense in here, and it did measure up with this. The trend regression line here after RSI was on point with drawing the trend line off of drawing the trend line here. So that was on point with that right in here to make sense. And it's a nice trend regression line low here also. So just looking to hold and looking for us to break above the mean in here. Again, it may only just do as much as coming back into this ascending trend line right here to back test that. But it is a better looking chart than Aster at the moment. I think it's a better project overall, but yeah, it's a better looking chart at the moment. Again, I like this right here. It's very clean and telling, just very clean, those touches through here. And it did reject initially. The rejection is coming here off your 20 SMA, which I did just look at. I mean, you can see it. You can see it from here. So you know you're at your 20 SMA right here. And you're at your 50 here on your RSI. But you can see it from here too. You can see right there that that's what the rejection is happening from. So squeezing in here would be good. We don't have it. So like I said, it could just be that price wants to come back up into this part right here, just right here. And then for Aster, I'm just looking at the 30-minute time frame. I think that this is probably going to be the better time frame to look at over the 15-minute anyway. 15 minutes a little bit way too choppy. So if it's not the 1 hour, then I figured out as low as I could go right now. It's probably going to be like a 30-minute here for Aster. And I deleted the pattern that was in here along with the measure move for that pattern because we've just been whipsawing it. So we've done it way too much to even consider it to still be that. So that's gone. That is gone. We probably would. Um, just depends on how fast a move in here can happen. We probably bear div here off of this 30-minute time frame as well. No pressure in here. Still in between 1 and 2, going down into here. So kind of like the time frame better if I look at it on the 15-minute. You can see we did push up and back test that 20 SMA, and we've done that a few times out of here. So again, kind of choppy, being choppy, but bearish, but choppy. Might be starting to squeeze in here on this 15. That's cute. All right. I like to say my appreciation for stopping by to hang out with me. Unfortunately, there's nothing really big in here to consider positioning off of. Nothing at all. I mean, you could probably consider Aster again, but again, 4 hour, 4 hour is rolling. 4 hour is, which is my only concern. So if you're scalping or something like that, you might have a better chance in here with it. So you're somewhere in there now here with Aster, obviously. You're somewhere in there now. So either it's going to hold from where it is now, maybe even push up into here about 187, something like that. Maybe does that, and that's a scalp position right there. Um, but 4 hours are rolling over. So I'm being mindful of coming back into this golden pocket again, and then I'm looking here. Nah, I'm not. I mean, if 4 hour plays out, then maybe that 786 will hit. But right now, I'm looking for it to bounce somewhere between where it is now and possibly touching back down here into this golden pocket. That's what I'm thinking here for Aster. Like I said, hype looks way better, and I'm seeing hype also from where I'm trading it at. So I am long on hype again, and that was a 786. You see that we discussed that, and I hope I had it over here. The 786, little bounce in here, nice recovery too. When we're looking at the 4 hour, beautiful candle recovery in here for a hyperliquid. So we'll see. This part in here still looks good. All this still looks good in here. And then we talked about the bear bull div in here also. But at some point, I would be looking for this to break down. But again, just take the bounce for what the bounce is and make something out of it. This can go on for a while, but yeah, maybe that next 4 hour candle. We'll see what happens there. This is good. Trying to come back up to 20 SMA here on the 4 hour. Right before the 4 hour closes. Boy, you see how they do it? They snazzy with it. And the hardest part is waiting through the nonsense. Waiting through the nonsense. Hmm. Yeah, height looks pretty good. Right now. Hmm. 15. Yep, solid. So something 44 something. What's that? 44. Yeah. You have that 20 SMA resistance in here. I'm also seeing something else that's giving it resistance around 45.5, 45.6. We'll just say 45.6 in here. 45,600. And then you want to see it hold about 44.86. So about 44.86. You want to see it hold if it came back down off of this resistance. So if I do, I'm going to just draw a box in here. Right. And I know that looks really shallow because I'm drawing it off a 15-minute chart as well. So you're not going to want to fully come back right now. And this might move ever so slightly. Come on. Just let me have you. So it has something to do with that low right there. So basically, back testing here, if it had to, you want to make sure you're maintaining within there. It'll be your X spot right there. On this 15-minute. And this candle low is important. Trying to see if, yeah, this candle low is important. This looks so messy, I know, with me zooming out like this, but this, yeah, that candle low at 45,320, that is important. That is important. You'll see how they keep trying to throw that little momentum line in there off of that candle too. I'm trying to find momentum off of this candle because you need it. Hype needs it. And if it loses it, then I'll probably be looking for it to come back down and back test that. And that's where you want to see it hold on this 15-minute time frame. This is still not as well developed as hype is over here. But again, I think it's somewhere within there between where it is now and just coming back into the golden pocket here for the 30-minute time frame. For the 30-minute time frame. And see if we get a mean. See if we can break the mean, which you're going to be looking at your mean on your 1 hour for hyperliquid and not the 15-minute, because whatever was happening over here, it's already happened. It's already done. It's already done with a little bull div in here. That's done. Yeah, and that confirms to me that this candle is important also from looking at this right here. Because otherwise it'll get treated like a rejection zone. With the little cloud cover right here. And this is a weak high off of the 15-minute. But it's still looks good off of that 4 for certain. All right, I'm going to cut a little bit off on this height position. As much as I would love to keep all of it open, I cannot roll like that. So I'm going to cut half. just so I have the extra money in here. So I did just cut half off of that height position to feel safer about it. And that just changed. So yeah, once this breaks up here, let me see if I'm gonna sink this in so I can tell you exactly. I'm glad I shaved. I'm glad I shaved it. It's right there. It is right there. And you're just gonna look to see if you can hold this. Because once it loses that, exactly that, you can look to see if you can, the drop you hold in here. Which 1 hour again, I think looks fine on this. And then what was I looking at? I'm about to leave, guys. Nothing is really shaping up or changing in here. For this one, if I go out on the 15-minute, it is let's put it in there. Put it in there. For this, it is if we can hold there. If we can hold there. I mean, price had been whipping it anyway already, but I think that we're somewhere there again in between where this low is in here and where the golden pocket is. You're in the pocket of the squeeze right now on both. You can see your squeeze in here. You can see your squeeze in here. And you may have started to squeeze more on the Bollinger itself. Let me just check that again before. Yeah, you're squeezing more here on the Bollinger too. So you're looking for that break to the upside in here, which is a coming. So yeah, that's coming. I can't tell you where to put your stop at on this. I just know that you're somewhere in between where you're going to be looking for that long position. You can also just wait. You can wait for this, and then you just diagonal trend line. Actually, wait for the break above the diagonal trend line in here. You can do that also. Not that it really is going to make that much of a difference because you're going to have resistance right here, sitting right here. You're going to have resistance right here. And you're going to have resistance at this one. And it's not just a line I'm looking at. It's something else I'm looking at, but resistance would be right here and right there. And see, you're losing this one over here already. So that's already leading you back to possibly coming back into here. I'm going to stay on just a little bit for this, and then I'm going to get out of here. See, I shaved that just in time to just to have that extra capital to put back into it, especially if we coming back in here. Uh, let's see. I mean, Bitcoin's just in the same spot, so there's nothing really to cover there again for Bitcoin. It's going to keep looking at the same thing for Bitcoin as that rise is getting closer into here. It's all I wanted to really see because I'm looking for us to hold here. I'm really looking for Bitcoin price to hold here, even if that's a double top or whatever it chooses to go back up and do. I'm just looking for it to hold here. And if it doesn't, I mean, with the 4 hour, if it doesn't, then I guess all eyes will be down here. But I'm going to start with this. All right, Esther. A very, very tiny reaction right there at our little level. Tiny reaction. This whole time it had been breaking it anyway. So, you know, whatever it chooses to do in here, it had been breaking it already. Actually, this was the first time it actually broke it over here with this. I'm going to be surprised if this sustains. I really am. But 1 hour continues to look pretty decent here for height. It's 4 hour, of course, for 1 hour. What did I say? 30-minute? No, I didn't say 30-minute. That's a nice little back test, though. 30-minute might have been. That's 44.86 to 44.78 in here. Drive safe. Yeah, I guess it's safe to say the little cloud cover rejection here. And we've already, yeah. So just watch that. Watch that 44.86, 44.78 here for Hyperliquid. So basically, not not falling back too much into this trend line in here. And of course, the resistance in here for Aster is there. And it's here. Let me just draw it out like that. It's there and there. And then that 20 was, what's this one? And that's if it holds. I'm going to take this off though because I have enough lines in here already. Too many lines. Well, the Aster boy, I mean, Hype has really been trying. Both of these have really been trying. If people stop trashing on them, then especially Hype. Yeah, like something goes up forever and it doesn't, it comes back. Like it has to correct. It is going to correct. Doesn't mean that it's no longer good because it's correcting. Just means it has to correct. It's going to correct. People are going to take profit. It's going to happen. Don't buy tops and not be managing your risk at the top. I mean, you can buy tops, you can trade tops, we trade them, but you have to manage your risk still, especially at the top. Pony has a big gap in it, but Pony has been doing really well for me. So glad I bought it. I'm gonna sing its praise every time I can until I can't anymore because it's no longer pumping on me. Uh, not falling, but Pump has done absolutely. I'm saying Pump, Pony AI, Pony AI. It's done really good. So proud to be owning it. Proud to be owning it. We're getting toppy. Very toppy. Oh, I see exactly. No, how is 2383? While I'm sitting here waiting on these two to do what they're gonna do in here. Hmm. But with that pony, if you're in stocks, you can see how we came up here. We didn't quite break this high in here, but 2388 is that high. We did 2383. So we did 2383 in here for that rejection in here for Pony AI. But nonetheless, this is doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I got it off of this point at here, right in here. It's where I bought it at. That was the no, I probably didn't buy it over there. I probably bought it back in here or something like that. But yeah, I had to have done it somewhere over in here or something because I heard about it. Actually, the Coin King talked to me about this one, and I was like, I'm just gonna buy it because I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it'd be like the next Palantir or something like that, but same price point where I picked up Palantir. So it's like, yeah, has something to do with autonomous driving and all that good stuff. If I have to explain it to you, I'm not going to do too well with that right now. But I like this. I wish I was somebody that's seen it at this point. I wasn't. Then it just kind of got range bound. But I am doing pretty good off of this one right now. Doing pretty good off of this one. Another one, this ended up filling on us so bad, but that's okay. And that was TTD. It started out good for us if you were here for it. And then after that, not so much. Not so much. It was the breakout that we traded entered on the breakout here, and first target was 88. So first target was hit, but those additional targets did not get hit. Yeah, they had a rough one right here and completely just totally gapped down. Now I could actually jump into this. I could jump back into it. This candle right here has already begun. I don't know. Oh, I mean, I could. Hmm. I really could. I'm a little late. I'm just saying you're a little late, and then it's all the way up here, and it's be like, I think I'll buy. That's how we do, right? That's how we do. That's TTD, the trade desk. Uh, and then, of course, we were watching this good old Tempest in here, and it held. I stopped messing with it though. I totally left it alone. And you can see where we were the last time we were looking at it too, trying to get above these points right in here. And I sold out of this one. I wasn't that interested enough. The only reason why I even cared to even look at it was Nancy Pelosi. That was about it. That was about it. And that was the only reason. So I would look at it now. And this one we were watching also. And it just, I don't know, it started being the gift I wanted to keep giving. So I had to drop this one too. It'd be like that sometimes. Nice to see it. Sustain somewhat. Take a look at Tesla. I mean, there's nothing to see here. Just, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Nothing to see here. Apple, which we know my highest point in here for Apple I was looking for was 231, and it completely obliterated that. So I thought when we got in here, like, yay, I was right. And, congratulations on anybody in Apple, because it was all about this breakout right here. And the hood just continues to master the charts. Ridiculousness. Absolute ridiculousness. I can't use this anymore. So that's gone. Done with that. That's done. Missed my entry. That's done. Had a second chance to enter. Didn't do that one. That's gone because I wasn't paying attention. And then I started looking at some other places that I'd love to get it, which not happening. Totally not happening. So I'm going to delete all of that. Beautiful hood. Huh. One day. 26 EMA on the 4-hour respective. Price has not touched 26 EMA since May 16th. 10 EMA on the weekly. So it's the 10 EMA on the weekly, which is this one, which is why I was looking for that entry in here, which happened. And I missed it. Mm-hmm. And this still isn't recovering just yet. Trying to CNC. Great job, anybody who took that. Rivian. Let me get this out of here. Nice rejection off of that 1,000, which I was supposed to enter on the back test in here. I recall that saying if it came back down that I would enter, and I didn't enter. So that's this, which I think that this is poised to do good. And we went from this downtrend to this side trend to now it looks like it has officially broken out. It looks like it has. We'll have to see. But it looks like it has officially broken out now because it was doing this for a little while. I should take us back over there and look at the alt before I go because I am leaving, guys, and I really do appreciate you for stopping by. Please be sure that you hit the like button. Okay, so we're holding ground in here pretty good. Like I said, we're somewhere here. We're somewhere there to see this round out to get that little bounce, but you do have resistance through here, and of course, you are squeezing here on your 15-minute time frame. You're correcting on your 4, so just be aware that these moves could be very short lived. I was looking to see if this is going to come into here. It keeps chopping, chopping, chopping. We'll see what happens if it does manage to be pulled, sucked back down into here. I like this on Aster though. I'm liking Aster right about now, especially on the 30-minute time frame. Starting to get a positive change here on the MACD on the 30-minute time frame. So just wanted to see if we could hold in here, and we have done so far. Coming back up into that 20 SMA right about in here. I think it's slightly up above this trend line right here, or this momentum line in here, slightly up above that. And then there's resistance there. So let these last 2 minutes play out on this 30-minute candle for this 15-minute here, but 30 is what I'm actually looking at. With the bull diff, see that beautiful bullish divergence there, beautiful bullish divergence there, beautiful bullish divergence there, and there. So nice little bull diff in here on Aster with the squeeze. 1, 2, and then the 3 would be a Bollinger Squeeze in here. So looking for that to break up, but it doesn't have to go far. Again, it can just be right here, or if we're lucky, we'll get it back right here. If we get it here, I'm gonna shave half right there, and then if we get it there, then I'm gonna take the rest of that out, and then I'll just connect the line across that. Say that's my pivot for my 4-hour. And I'm still half in over here on hype. I did cut just in time to get that candle loss right there. That was the point to, yeah. And Bitcoin is straight slow grinding it out. Look at that. It just popped out there. I mean, on the RSI, on the 4-hour time frame, it is still in bullish control zone on the RSI. For sure on the RSI. So like a 59.92. 60 really is bullish control zone. So, but either way, it's still holding in here. Same thing goes with Ethereum as well. Again, like I said, 1 hour, still working it out. Right in here, though, you can see, which is why I like to use this Bollinger on here too, because when it breaks out of the Bollinger in here and comes back in, that's a really great place to take it from right here, especially when you know you're outside of it. Take it. I probably would have been looking for it to come into here, but I'm not ETH trading right now. But still slightly negative here on the 1 hour. By the time this changes, though, you'll be a little bit too late. So this would have been faster for you. But yeah, that would have been faster for you than the support level in here. Support. And then back over here on Solana, still holding. But back to what I was saying about Rivian, and I know it's a stock, but you need to diversify. Sound like your mom right now. You need to diversify. You need to. I think this is gonna do good. They did some sort of a split or something like that, but um, this might be ready to send off. I mean, it's been a long time for this thing right here. Long time. And then I decided to mess around with this right here. Now it is breaking that trend line in here. I haven't bought any more of this yet, and maybe I can adjust the trend line some kind of way. Maybe a little bit right here. It's still breaking the trend line, but it is what did I say? Is it platinum pocket? Is it? Let's see how old this thing is in here. Let me see if I even have that in here. I don't. So I was looking for this trend line in here to hold. It's starting to break it. I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling right now. But that is where I bought it from. Right here. I guess if it... I mean, we're not even there yet. We did 50. Yeah. So we just did a 50. Maybe I was premature just looking at the trend line in here. Maybe. But a lot of things have done that, and then they recover back up above it. We'll see. I know I won't be riding it down too far, so it's about to get cut. It is about to get cut out of my portfolio. I'm not going to be riding no stock down and then have to wait 10, 20 years for it to bounce. Oh, heck no. But that was supposed to be the idea, that it could, sustain in here. And so far, I'm not too far off from where I entered that, so I'm okay with that little bit right there. And take a little slight L on it, if I have to. But I'm trying to hold out. It's been a well-respected trend line. Ish. So I'm trying to hold out on this one. I think, oh yeah, and then there was this one right here. Now this one is relatively close to, was I looking at a weekly? I think I was looking at weekly on this stuff in here. On this one. Yeah, I was looking at a weekly, but I did buy some of this one too. So we'll see. I don't really fancy some stuff in here, but Maybe this turns out to be a good one. I was looking for it to probably come down into the platinum pocket in here, but there was a nice retracement on this one, a huge retracement. So I am slightly up on this one right here. And it's not as expensive. Um, let's just say that one right there. Booz Allen Hamilton. But definitely my best pick right now is this one, Pony AI. Right now is that one. And back to Aster as it takes a sink. As it takes a sink. Okay. Which is okay. It's okay. Have to give her a minute. It's not because of Bitcoin. Nope, it's not because of Bitcoin. But it's here. So I'm going to keep holding this one. I will add on this one for any reason. I mean, I do believe that we're there. Like I said, between where this low is and back down here to this golden pocket, I do believe that we're here for Aster, just looking at it. So I'm good with this one. I'm going to hold this one. And if I need to add to it, I will add to it because I'm using a little leverage on it. So I will add to it right here. And yeah, all's well that ends well. And I already cut half in here on Hyperliquid. So again, I'll see what we look like if we looking at this zone right here as a pullback zone for it. We already did this break, so I can drop that now. And probably if I had to assume this was a double top, it probably would put it down here. I'm closer to that 786. But we'll get a bounce before then off of that other time from 15-minute time frame is going to bounce before that. And I say it with soul confidence. Yeah, like I said, it would probably put us down into here. Closer to that 786. If I were to say, hey, this is a double top. We broke it. We're likely looking to come down to there. I'll leave it on it. I'll leave it on here. In fact, I'm going to drop this trend line right here now since I can see that this one is actually pretty close. But that was the trend line. And this one is pretty close. And like I said, it's not because of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is actually trying to put a little bit of a bounce back in here, potentially rejecting around that 113, 48, 4, yeah, 480. All right, and I'm going to call it a day. I really appreciate you being here. Please be sure that you hit the like button. I just have to update on X or something like that. But so far, I do think that these two are okay. This one's fine again, as long as if it comes back into here, it holds. This might start to move a little slightly. I may have to adjust this, but it'd be about 2 hours before I get back to my chart because I'm getting ready to take my little walk. And again, I'm going to keep holding onto this long position right here. And yeah, I'm going to keep holding this one. I think this one is good for a bounce. I think this one is good for a bounce. And the more it squeezes, the better it's going to be. It is trend line confirming. You can move your trend line. You can move it up to this if you like to. That'll put you more so with your 20 SMA on this, or you can just leave it like I just had mine, because this could start to relax if it starts to drop anyway. It could start to relax. But we did just break this and came back, and I don't like that because we did break it and come back as opposed to over here. So I probably will. Just try to look at it like that. They're doing this too much though, so that gives me hope. That's giving me hope. All right. With that said, I'm out. I appreciate you. I love you. And I will update you on X. And I will be streaming tomorrow. I know I don't usually stream on a Wednesday. I will be streaming in the morning at 5. It won't be as long of a stream, especially if there's not really a lot going on in the market. Because I don't want to bore you to death with the market doing nothing. We do know again, 4-hour time frame is bearish at the moment, slightly bearish, slightly bearish. RSI still look pretty decent on the 4-hour time frame. So it looks like whatever it is, it's just going to be corrective. And then maybe we come back, then we come back up on the altcoins. But I know that I would be looking for a move down whenever that happens. I know that's what I'm going to be looking for. In here, everything pretty much has this formation in here. We hit this one. I'm gonna go ahead and do away with both of these now because we have done those like a boss. We've done those, but everything basically has something like this right here on it. Something like this is happening on the chart. Some sort of a hockey stick happening on the chart. And we would be looking for this to break to the downside anyway. And we didn't hit the golden pocket initially. I'm really not looking down that far on the 4-hour time frame just yet. Just yet. Looking to maintain, but we know we'll be looking for a rollover. And it doesn't have to be big. And we had already broke that trend regression in here. We sure did, because we had one right here. No, right here. I mean, you can see it from the signal line anyway, but we did break that trend regression line in here. Still has some little bit of bullish undertone. Because we're moving down slow, we're going to get bull divs. We're moving down slow. We accelerated through here. We're going to get some, and nice little, not necessarily in here, but through here. Through here. So we're just going to get bull dips on it. Whatever happens here with total 2. And that's what everything looks like. I'm going to move this to a line perspective. All right, Hyperliquid is almost getting close to that little zone right there. Let's just see if it'll hold. If it doesn't, it'll probably be closer to in here next. Just coming back down. What's that? 44.52. 44.52. I don't know why I want to trade these two so much. I just do. Let's see. technicals for it. Not great. Yeah. Yeah, so if that doesn't hold, it will end up coming back down here towards the weekly average range here for hyperliquid. You do have the sell signals over here since up in here, but we saw that already. I showed you when it broke that white line that I had in here, that was going to be the move to send us back down into here to see if we can actually hold in here. And if we do that, the bounce may be, it may not even be worth it. To tell you the truth, it may not be worth it. But yeah, it may not be worth it. But I'm gonna hold it and see what happens in here. It's also breaking the 20 SMA at that point too. So below there, it's okay to break it, but it might lose it if it doesn't hold in here. And then that'll quite easily send it back down into here. I won't be looking for an inverse head and shoulder or anything like that, although it could. All right. Hmm. Decisions, decisions. It will literally have to bounce away from here because if it doesn't, you're going to be below your mean on your RSI, below your mean on your Bollinger, below the mean on the MACD. So you're going to be below the mean on all your indicators if it doesn't hold in here. Hmm. I don't know. I see Ethereum rejecting now. I see Solana rejecting now. Ethereum, Bitcoin is starting to reject now too, so it probably won't hold. It probably won't hold. Yeah, Bitcoin's starting to reject now. My alert for near again. Solana starting to reject now. Could be preparing to break that trend line to the downside. Yeah, it's probably not gonna hold then. Total two on that 4 hour time frame. That yeah, it probably won't. And then we're 30 minutes away from market open. So yeah. Anyway, it probably won't. If it doesn't, I can tell you right now, probably unlike my ridiculous behind, you may not want to be in it if it does that anyway, especially if Bitcoin starts to roll over because it is rejecting a little bit. And we already expecting that for Biddy to potentially come back down to about 111,688 to that 20 SMA on the weekly time frame. And you can use it as you can go with the 4 hour one too. They're both in the same spot. So um, if it's gonna do that, then yeah, you might not want to mess with it if it doesn't manage to hold in here. Especially if that happens, it would send it somewhere back down into here. There's something in here around this 44.5, somewhere in here, but I don't know about that one. Yeah, I don't know about that one at 44.5. Um, Mm, let's see what if 44.5 lines up with any fibs or anything like that. It actually doesn't. And I guess that would be close enough. That golden pocket. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go. There's nothing I can do about this. I probably would leave it alone if it doesn't hold in here. I just probably would because you'd be trying to hold it down through here and looking to see if you get a reaction in here. And at that point, I can see the momentum just really shift over here on the lower time frame. 4 hour. I mean, like I said, 4 hour. Uh, 4 hour is negative. It doesn't stop you from getting a move off the lower time frames because it's a 4 hour. But yeah, if it's not holding in here, I don't see a reason. I mean, unless you spot, I guess if you spot, I can already see the struggle hitting these lows over here. And what I'm looking at in here doesn't offer you much support. Like there's nothing in here that I would say other than what I could just see from the indicator that said right in here that it had to hold in here. Other than that, there's really no support in here. Um, there really is no support in here. It was just based on the indicator. And Bitcoin is, yeah. So, yeah. Do with that information as you will. That's your line in the sand right there. 44,785. That's the low in here. 44,785. That's gone. It's gone. And no sense in being in it. Just wait for a nice good reaction. I wouldn't just jump into it just because it comes back into the golden pocket, even though your first reaction in here is probably going to be your most legit one. Um, I mean, but yeah, see, it's already losing it. That's it. That is it. That 44.5 in here probably end up seeing a reaction down through here. That's just as close as you're going to get to where the golden pocket is. So if it does start to consolidate and hold in here, then maybe that'll be it for you on this 15 minute. But the 4 hour is still rolling over. So just know that 4 hour is bearish. You can just completely sit out until your 4 hour gives you a signal, and that'd be great. But I will post up on X. I'm gonna get out here and take my little walk right now before it gets too hot. It's cloudy right now, so I should be okay with the sun. Look at it trying to come back up. Now I'm not messing with it right now. My little position, I'm already down a little bit on Hyperliquid. I'm already down a little bit with this now. So probably should have just cashed out completely. But I didn't. I cut it. And that did save me a little bit. Um, instead of me just waiting. But yeah, so that's going to be my non financial advice. It's broken this now. About 8 minutes for it to recover, but and that's the worst part about it. You have to wait and see if this is just a fake out of the level and if it's going to pull back in or whatever. But I would just say that that's it because you can see even in here, when we got the rejection here, when I said weak high, we flat, we flat. We made a higher high in here and we didn't expand at all. So we know that that's a weak high right here. Same thing with the cloud cover right here, cloud cover rejection. So, I mean, that was about it for me. That right there, that didn't work. And that was pretty much in sync with here. Staying above that 20 in here. And I mean, RSI could be a shallow drop like it did in here, like it did right in here. Could be a shallow drop like it did in there. But this is still, just a quick trade off of this time frame. That sucks. Ooh, jeez. Yeah. Actually got a strong sell signal on it. Like I said, if it does, then probably down here somewhere. I'm looking for that bounce in here though. But what's this? All right, I'm for real this time. I'm leaving. I love you. All right, see you over on X.